about the day, how early you're awake on a Sunday, the set of life choices that brought you here. And just contemplate while you wait to find out what is happening in this game number 11 of the Mighty River Jamboree.
All right, so as per the request of the Spitfires, looks like there was actually a track cut by the jammer for the Kickin Vixens. They have been issued that penalty, and now we've got two jammers in the box, and we're starting jammerless.
Little bit's penalty is over, so that is a first jam. But given that those are jammer penalties, DC Kamikaze dashing around the outside. Oh, it's a back block by DC Kamikaze. That is a power jam. No. Oh, yes, it is. It's a power jam for the Spitfires. Empty penalty box for the Spitfires for the first time this game. Meanwhile, Patina LaRoche heading to the penalty box to join their jammer. DC out of the pack. Oh, smashing through. Meanwhile, a little bit actually getting folded in half out there on the sideline.
DC Kamikaze taking that nice clean line through the pack, grabbing an easy 4 points. Kamikaze almost being ignored on the track, just keeps posting those points. Spitfires finally offering up some resistance. Looks like we've had a star pass off to Reading Painbow.
Reading Painbow got the star, but not quite in time. There was some long arms stretching out that wall by the Kickin Vixens, ensuring that that star pass couldn't happen.
Sweet revenge on the line for the Kickin Vixens. Madame Hussein on the line for the Spitfires.
Empty penalty box. This is novel happening in this game. We have a full track, and both teams are hungry for points.
A little bit of a pile-up. Madame Hussein out in front, grabbing that lead jammer status. Sweet revenge with a little hop, breaking free of the pack and moving on to a scoring pass. Reading Painbow with a direction of play penalty. That'll be a 30-second sit-down for Fredericton. Sweet revenge, posting points. Madame Hussein with a snap into Sassy Sharp, dropping to the floor and punching a hole through to put points on the board for the Spitfires.
Madame Hussein getting that beast mode on.
Sweet revenge posted more points. Kickin Vixens almost scoring double the points, even though Madame Hussein is currently rocking lead jammer status. No mercy, picking up a forearms penalty for the Vixens.
Madame Hussein just blasts with a shoulder through. Barely even stopping as she barrels over that jammer.
Both jammers just running point for point at this point.
Green Painbow tries to get a piece of Sweet Revenge. Can't quite make it through. Madame Hussein blasting their way through. Powers past those recycling jammers who literally falling at her feet. Meanwhile, DC Kamikaze stuck behind that tripod.
We're hitting the 5-minute marker. We have got Kickin Vixens leading 83 to the Spitfires 45.
That score in that jam, basically even and huge point totals for both jammers.
Spitfires definitely did flip that quite quick. We've got ourselves a team timeout for the Kickin Vixens. This team timeout being brought to you by DigiBandit IT Services. When you think of IT services, think DigiBandit. Don't forget to pick up your tickets for the 50-50 draw. You can pick them up at the Muddy River merch booth. Please make sure to pick up your 50-50 tickets, because if you don't buy your tickets, how do you expect to win?
And then you'll cry. You'll be sad. It won't be our fault because we'll have told you, so don't come weeping to us. Buy your 50-50 ticket. Just as a reminder, however, Coffin Skates has a contest where you can take a photo with their helmet pyramid and win some socks and laces. But please do not do this, because Doc and I did last night, and we really want those socks and laces. So by all means, everyone avoid winning free stuff. On the line, Simone de Crowbar for the Spitfires.
DC Kamikaze on the line again for the Vixens.
Smashing over. Simone de Crowbar knocks over the entire line and gets lead jammer for the Spitfires.
And that jam is down. If our medical staff could please attend.
Give it up for Jabs Johnson and for our medical crew. We are still on a timeout. That's an official timeout even. The score, as a reminder, 4.5 minutes left in this game. 45 for the Spitfires, 83 for the Kickin Vixens.
On the line, it looks like we have Simone de Crowbar and DC Kamikaze.
One each in the box for these teams. Simone the Crowbar finds the inside and grabs lead jammer for the Spitfires. DC Kamikaze still stuck behind that wall.
Kamikaze breaking free of the back and moving to a point-scoring pass.
Simone the Crowbar blasts her way through, scoring pass for the Spitfires. DC Kamikaze with quite the little hop, skip, and a jump.
Geneva with a solid hit there.
Simone the Crowbar powers through on those toe stops on the inside, manages to find it and grab those points. Geneva gets the back block, and DC Kamikaze finds the outside and heads in. Middle child heading back to the penalty box.
That was for a forearms penalty.
Pink 1-1-1 heading to the penalty box.
Going to be Fire and Bracombe for a multiplayer. And it looks like number 6, Ice Queen, picking up a high block penalty.
Oh, Simone Crowbar with an apex jump. And calls it off. Simone Crowbar very relieved to be able to call off that jam. Once again, an even scoring round for those two teams. 16 points each by both of those jammers. Huge point scores, but no further ahead. Madam Hussein on the line, grabs lead jammer for the Spitfires. Meanwhile, Sweet Revenge still trapped behind that wall while Madam Hussein makes their way around. Messy pack lets Sweet Revenge out. Madam Hussein keeping her feet, swoops through for a handful of points for the Spitfires.
Sweet Revenge swing around the outside edge of the pack at the front.
High block for Madam Hussein, heading to the penalty box. That is a power jam for the Kickin Vixens.
All right, at this point in the power jam, that just jumped the Vixens up into the triple-digit territory.
Massive tumble for that line of Spitfires.
Looks like the Vixens are just trying to burn out clock time at this point.
Yep, that jammer is just sitting there waiting it out. Everybody needs a breather. Everybody needs some time. We feel you. We feel you. And Madam Hussein out of the pack manages to make it through for a scoring pass, but it looks like that jammer's just waiting for them to come through. It's an interesting, relaxed perspective from our jammer, just waiting the clock out.
Well, if it's what I think it is, just by sitting still, you're going to avoid burning yourself out. And you're also going to avoid any real further injury. We're almost through this.
At this point, nobody has lead thanks to a trip to the penalty box, so you might as well save your energy. You're going to
And that's it at the end of the jam. We're pretty sure that's going to be called as game since we have like 12 seconds left on the clock. Kickin Vixens 107. Spitfire. Oh, looks like we may get one more jam in here.
Team timeout.
Going into this, we're currently sitting Kickin Vixens 107. The Spitfires 73. 6 seconds left on the clock, but with that timeout, that is going to draw one more jam.
That is not unheard of to make up that many points, but certainly
It's not going to be easy.
I will point out that the penalty box is empty, Doc.
Well, with an empty penalty box, I mean, not to sound disheartening, but the Spitfires can hope that all the members of the Kickin Vixens fill it up and get that chance.
Madam Hussein particularly hungry for those points after that high block penalty in the last jam. It's like beast mode is being activated. On the line, Madam Hussein for the Spitfires. DC Kamikaze for the Kickin Vixens. Last jam of this Game 11 of the Muddy River Jamboree. DC Kamikaze finds the outside, grabs lead jammer for the Kickin Vixens. DC Kamikaze swoops through, calls it off.
All right, that is almost certainly the end of the game. We're still 107-73. That's our unofficial end. We are just waiting on the whistle.
And that is official. The official score in that Game 11, 73 for the Spitfires, 107 for the Kickin Vixens. Stick around. We will have Game 12 up soon. But first, the most valuable players for both of those teams.
All right, so MVPs for Game 11, Vixens versus Spitfires. For the Spitfires, we have a blocker MVP, number 44, Rotten Megs. And we have Jammer MVP, Simone de Crowbar, number 2. And for the Vixens, a blocker MVP, we've got 120 Isakya. And for Jammer MVP, we've got 28 DC Kamikaze. All right, make sure you stick around. We have got mad hitters coming up against the Harbor Grudges. Should be a great time. looks like we're about to kick this off. Just a reminder, we've got the hitters on the line the Moncton Mad hitters, and we have got the Brawlers for Halifax. And if you'll notice my stumbling, it's just because apparently I've learned there's a 9 a.m., and whoever invented this needs to be punished. All right, starting off on the line, we have Zoom, and Kitty. Kitty out in front, grabbing the first lead jammer status of this game. Zoom not far behind. Kitty hits that pack and quits that pack, posting the first 2 points for the Dockyard Brawlers. Or I'm sorry, for the Mad Hitters. Looks like we have Princess Troublegum on the line for the hitters. We've got Bushy Galore on the line for the Brawlers. Bushy coming out in front, grabbing that lead jammer status for Halifax. Princess Troublegum with a star pass to Puppy. For the Brawlers, looks like we had Buy Me a Beer picking up a penalty. And it looks like the Mad Hitters have picked up a penalty as well. I do believe that's Bella Von Hella for a forearm. Sob Goblin with a back block penalty for the Brawlers. All right, we've got 17 and a half minutes left in this game. Brawlers leading 8 to the hitters 6. On the line we have Kazooie for Moncton and Iron Man for the Brawlers. Kazooie finally breaking out in front, grabbing that lead jammer status. We have had a star pass. Honey Beaver 333 picking up the star. Hitters posting 4 points, pulling into the lead. Currently sitting 10-8, 16 minutes left in the game. Kitty on the line for the hitters. Bashley for the Brawlers. St. Beth going in with a big hit, taking themselves out. Alpha Male with the direction of play penalty. Bashley picking up the lead jammer status. Bashley posted a mitt full of points on that pass. And that's it for that jam. Brawlers pulling ahead into lead now, 16-10. Just under 15 minutes left in this game. Troublegum on the line for the hitters. Looks like we've got Zoom Zoom for the Brawlers. Zoom Zoom going around the inside, grabbing that lead jammer status. Scarlet Dead Dame looking like there was a little bit of confusion, head towards the box and getting waved away. Zoom Zoom breaking free of the pack, posting points. Troublegum with the star pass. Scarlet Dead Dame picking up the star for the Mad Hitters. Zoom Zoom calling it off with a little bit of a fancy spin and twist there. Dockyard Brawlers extending their lead quite substantially at this point. 27 to the Mad Hitters 10. 13 minutes left in the game. Don't forget to grab your tickets for the 50-50 draw. They're available at the Muddy River merchandise booth. We've got Pushy Galore pushing out of the pack and grabbing that lead jammer status for the Brawlers. We've got Kazooie trying to push through the pack for the hitters. Looks like we have had a star pass to Puppy for the Mad Hitters. And that's it for that jam. Brawlers posting 2 from that jam. Like to throw a big shout out and a thank you to all our referees for traveling far and wide to be here today. Big ups for our referees. They're almost as important as our photographers. Big up to all our photographers who we use well after these games for all our Facebook photos. Iron Man jumping out of in the front, grabbing that lead jammer status for the Brawlers. Kitty jamming for the Mad Hitters. Iron Man posting a mitt full of points. Iron Man with the star pass to Honey Beaver. And with that star pass, lead jam has been lost for the Brawlers. Hitters with a completed star pass. Jamaican Me Casey picking up the star for the hitters. Sparkles with a high block. Where this has got to go to completion, both jammers just running point for point at this point. And that's it at the end of that jam. Dockyard Brawlers extending their lead, currently sitting at 49 to the Mad Hitters 15, just under 10 minutes left in this game. On the line, we have Princess Troublegum for the hitters, Bashley for the Brawlers. Bashley coming out in front, grabbing that lead jammer status. Scarlet Dead Dame with a forearms penalty. Bashley taking advantage of a scattered pack. Hellraiser with a solid shot into Bashley. Taking a little bit of steam out of the jammer. Bashley just leisurely rolling around. Scoring 16 points so far this jam. And that's it for that jam. Brawlers posting 2 more, bringing them up to 67 over 15. 7 minutes, 20 seconds left in this game. Looks like we have got ourselves a timeout. Timeout has been called. This timeout being brought to you by none other than Roy Crawford Photography. Yes, if you can hear me at home on your computer, that's thanks to Roy Crawford Photography, because without Roy, we don't get those wicked, wicked cool streams. Also like to throw a big shout out to Richard LaFortune, personal photographer of the announcers. He's just fantastic. I mean, without Richard, I don't know how I'd have a new Facebook photo. I'm told you can take them yourself, but why would I when I have Richard LaFortune taking them for me? Kazooie on the line for the hitters, dancing away. Zoom Zoom for the Brawlers. Zoom, breaking free, grabbing that lead jammer status for the Brawlers. Kazooie breaking free of the pack. Hitters posting 1 point on that jam. Nothing to the Brawlers. It's a slight closing of the gap, but it's a closing nonetheless. Bushy galore on the line for the Brawlers. Ooh, looks like we have got Puppy on the line for the hitters. First time starting out as a jammer, but not first time jamming in this game. Bushy galore calling that off right after grabbing lead jam. Puppy pushing off the line for the hitters. Zoom for the Brawlers. Zoom, breaking free of that pack, grabbing that lead jammer status like it was candy from a toddler. Puppy breaking free of the pack and moving to the scoring pass. Zoom, tapping it off after posting 1 point. We're under the 5-minute marker. Brawlers 68, hitters 16. Giddy on the line for the hitters. Bashley coming out of that pack, grabbing that lead jammer status for the Brawlers. Over the tiptoe on the inside line, posted 4 more points. Looks like the Mad Hitters jammer currently residing in a penalty box for a track cut. That is going to leave the Brawlers with a power jam. Pillow fight with the direction of play penalty. Jamaica Casey with a solid hit. Dropping Bashley to the ground, forcing an end on that jam. We're down to the 3-minute marker. Brawlers 84 over the hitters 16. Bushy galore about to start on a power jam. Official review being called, though. Apparently official review being used as a timeout. This timeout being brought to you by us, the announcers, because, you know, we present things to you. Big ups to our cheering section down there. Thanks, guys. And thank you, whoever screamed. It's not like any of us have hangovers. Bushy galore on the line for the Brawlers. Kazooie for the hitters. Bushy coming out in front, grabbing that lead jammer status. Bushy not having to do a lot of pushing to grab those 4 points. Kazooie still trapped in that pack. Kazooie with the track cut. Jamaican Casey trying to take down the jammer. Not quite enough to catch up to Bushy, though. Bushy galore with a track cut. That's a loss of lead jammer and a power jam for Kazooie. Hitters have a lot of track to make up. Honey Beaver with a low block penalty. Kazooie finally breaking free onto a point-scoring pass, but to no avail. We're currently sitting at, well, right about 30 seconds here before the end of the game. Dockyard Brawlers 96 to the Mad Hitters 16. We've got one jam left here. Zoom on the line for the Brawlers. Poppy for the hitters. Zoom trying to break free of that pack. Not quite enough. Looks like Poppy picking up a multiplayer. That is going to be a power jam for Halifax. Lead jammer status for Halifax. And we're rocking right into the last jam. Pillow fight with the back block. Zoom tapping it off. After posting 4, giving Dockyard Brawlers an even 100 to the Mad Hitters 16. That's our unofficial score. We're just waiting on the ref's whistle to call this a game. Well, I mean, I suppose it was already a game, but end of game. And that's it. Make sure you stick around. We've got MVPs in just a few moments. Coming up, though, we do have Killah Beez coming up against the Northwood Knockouts in just a few minutes. All right, MVPs for that last game. For the Mad Hitters, blocker MVP, number 44, Jamaican Me Casey. And jammer, number 49, Kazooie. And for the Brawlers, we have blocker MVP 55, Pillow Fight. And jammer 57, Bashley.
excited. Are you excited, Doc? You look excited. Actually, you look kind of asleep, and your microphone is in your sock. So this game is going to be the Killah Beez in white and the Northwood Knockouts in black. So just a note, this is our USA on USA game. That's right.
Just a heads up, we're just having a technical floor difficulty issue that's making a minor delay of game. We'll be getting the game underway as soon as someone finds a mop. Big ups to the kind gentleman cleaning up the floor for us. Because without them, we'd have a damp penalty box, and nobody wants damp penalty boxes.
Hey, we're going to get started. On the line for the Northwood Knockouts, we have Hits and Giggles.
Princess Sparkle Fist on the line for the Killah Beez.
Hits and Giggles working hard to find that hole. Dan out of the back. That's Lee Jammer for the Northwood Knockouts.
Sparkle Fist was locked up. Finally breaking free, though.
Ooh, that wasn't jammer on jammer hitting happening out there, but it was actually Hits and Giggles making contact first and just bouncing right off.
First 4 points put on for the Northwood Knockouts. We're on an official review. Sorry, an official timeout.
Some variety of talking is happening between the refs and scoreboard, so everybody hold your hats. Let's just wait and figure out how things shake out. And by shake out, I of course mean the booties of the skaters on the track who are, yes, that's right, who are dancing.
See a lot of dancing from them today, but where were they last night at the disco?
On the line, we are going to have number 61, Nacho Friend from the Northwood Knockouts.
Nutritional Beast for the Killah Beez. All right, so once the period of clock and scoreboard have all been adjusted and straightened up and ready to go, we're down to get going.
Nacho Friend looking for that hole there. Lots of scooting. Nacho Friend heading to the penalty box for a track cut penalty, and that's a power jam for the Killah Beez.
Nutritional Beast grabbing that power jam and heading on to points. Minute 30 left in this potential jam. Beast out front posting four for the Killah Beez. First four for the Killah Beez this game.
Nutritional Beast keeps her feet on the outside, through for a scoring pass. Power jam is over, and Nacho Friend blasting through for their initial pass. Oh, some tricksy hips, though, by Nutritional Beast.
Sparks and Rex picking up a penalty for the Northwood Knockouts. At the end of that, Killah Beez tripling the score of the Northwood Knockouts. Currently sitting at 12 to their 4, just under 18 minutes left in this game. That update being brought to you by the city of Dieppe. Yes, when you think of cities that start with D, consider Dieppe.
On the line, number 925, Craziness from Northwood Knockouts.
Smashley Olsen on the line for the Killah Beez. Sorry, Killah Beez. Not quite gangster enough. Yes. Killah Beez coming out in front, grabbing that lead jammer status.
Craziness scrambling at the back there. Getting a wee bit of offense, but so far, offensively insufficient.
All right, looks like we've got Princess Sparkle Fist taking up residency in the box for the Killah Beez.
That's a Stunflower heading to the box as well. That's both pivots sitting in the penalty box. Meanwhile, both jammers are neck and neck on the track.
Ashley Olsen calling it off. Killah Beez throwing 4 more up on the board.
For this next game, we're going to have Hits and Giggles on the line for the Northwood Knockouts.
Looks like we've got Brazilian Wax on the line for the Killah Beez.
Both pivots eyeing the track from their ringside seats in the penalty box. Oh, Hits and Giggles dances around on the outside, beautifully grabbing a lead jammer status for the Northwood Knockouts.
Brazilian wrecks with all the fancy footwork, but not getting out of the back. Well, finally breaking free and going on to a point pass.
Bit of offense there for Hits and Giggles. Quite the scramble, makes it through, calls it off.
Northwood Knockouts number 1232. Ali B. Bashin picking up a high block.
On the line for the Northwood Knockouts, Nacho Friend back up.
We've got Smashley Olsen back up. Smashley Olsen breaking free at the front, grabbing that lead jammer status.
Oh, she's headed to the
But
penalty box.
apparently it was actually a track cut. That's
That
going to leave Northwood Knockouts with a
power
power
jam.
jam.
In fact, there is both a pivot and the jammer in the box for the Killah Beez. Messy track out there. Meanwhile, Nacho Friend still isn't able to get through that strong tripod of Killah Beez. A lot of standing around happening by the Northwood Knockouts while they try to take advantage of this power jam. Nacho Friend finally through, lead jammer for the Northwood Knockouts. Some offense, breezes Nacho Friend through for a scoring pass. Meanwhile, power jam's over, and Smashley Olsen's heading right straight back into the penalty box. Another power jam for the Northwood Knockouts. Lots of offense happening there, but also a lot of messiness.
Sparks picking up a forearms penalty for the Knockouts.
Sunflower
like
taking the helmet cover. Now Princess Pokebus can't quite get a hip on him. Now we have a star pass. No, there will be no lead jammer, so this is going to its natural conclusion.
It's only 15 seconds till that, though.
Sunflower blasting their way through. A little bit messy, but still makes it past. That's a scoring pass for the Northwood Knockouts.
All right, that's it for that.
Power jam ended in time, so we are going to start this next jam with everybody on the track.
And with the end of that one, we hit 20-20. We've tied this up. 13 minutes left in this game. This is going to be a tight one. On the line, we have 345 Nutritional Beast.
And we have Hits and Giggles on the line for the Northwood Knockouts in this tie game for Game 13 of the Muddy River Jamboree. Strong walls out there. Nutritional Beast almost made it through. Oh, instead, lead jammer status goes to the Northwood Knockouts. Meanwhile, even though there's no jammers in the pack, there's a lot of hitting happening out there in Blockerville.
Sweet Peacock with a forearms penalty for the Northwood Knockouts.
That jam ended with no points and a handful of penalties and shouting.
Sparkle Fist on the line for the Killah Beez. Craziness hitting the line for the Northwood Knockouts.
Craziness. Scrambling back and forth.
Sparkle Fist grabbing that lead jammer status.
Craziness still scrambling back there through that wall. Getting a little spread out, finally manages to make it through.
Claude Monette picking up a direction of play penalty at the end of that for the Killah Beez.
Nacho Friend is on the line for the Northwood Knockouts.
Brazilian Wax on the line for the Killah Beez.
Lots of scrambling happening out there. Both jammers getting knocked out and run back. A couple of referees having to run for their lives. Nice strong wall of Northwood knockouts up at the front.
You know, we're almost a full minute into this jam. We have no lead jammer, no points, no nothing.
Nobody's even made their initial pass.
If Derby doesn't work out for these teams, we may want to consider going into contracting just on the strength of those walls. Brazilian Wax picking up a penalty. That is now going to be a power jam for the Northwood Knockouts.
Meanwhile, despite this being a power jam, Nacho Friend still has yet to make it through the pack.
30 seconds left in this jam.
Nacho Friend getting worked all the way back. This power jam so far is yielding no joy for the Northwood Knockouts.
Honestly, no joy other than
the
for the referee.
Power jam is over. Oh, meanwhile, Nacho Friend has picked up a penalty. That is now a power jam for the Killah Beez.
Look at that. We finally get a pass, but doesn't much matter. That was the end of the jam anyway. We've got just under 9 minutes left. Still 20-20.
So once again, this is a power jam for the Killah Beez coming up as Nacho Friend sits in the penalty box. On the line is going to be number 31, Smashley Olsen. There are two Killah Beez sitting in the penalty box. Oh, Smashley Olsen, however, sitting on their behind as they get smashed to the outside by Pickle Bunny.
Smashley grabbing that lead jammer status.
Power jam is over, and Nacho Friend is back in the pack. Star pass has occurred, and Hits and Giggles is now the jammer for the Northwood Knockouts. Overtaking Smashley Olsen, who calls it off.
Still, we're going no additional points. We are still tied up here. We have got a timeout. Timeout has been called. We'll give you the official word on that timeout as soon as we get the official word from our officials to their official capacity. But as we currently sit, 7 minutes, 18 seconds left in this game, we're still sitting 20-20. No change in the past few jams.
That's right. It was just over 7 minutes left. The game is still tied. There's been no movement despite some furious action by both of these strong teams. The main thing that these teams have picked up over the last couple of jams is bruises, Doc.
All right, up on the line we have 345 Nutritional Beast for the Killah Beez.
And 8772 hits and giggles for the Northwood Knockout.
And coming onto the track, officially the best name in the world of roller derby this weekend, number 917, La Biblioreca. Personal favorite right there.
Pack is here. Hits and giggles, scooting around on the outside. Lead jammer for the Northwood Knockout. So much scooting. Hop and a dance out there.
Finally seeing a little bit of point movement here. All right, we're back at this. Sorry, we had a little bit of a question. Princess Sparklefist on the line for the Killah Beez. Claude Monet taking a sit down.
Nacho friend hitting the back of a 2-wall at the back there.
Looks like Sparklefist with the lead jammer status for the Killah Beez.
Scrambling action by Nacho Friend. Throws a handful of points on the board for the Northwood Knockouts. Meanwhile, White Jammer getting knocked out and run back.
All right, looks like we actually have a point differential now. Northwood Knockouts leading 31 to the Killah Beez, 26, 5 minutes left in the game.
On the line, Hits and Giggles is up again for the Northwood Knockouts. Whoop,
Roosevelt.
Instead, we're going to have an official review. Official review being brought to you by Coffin Skates. Coffin Skates with all the fancy gear that some folks have more time to check out and everybody needs.
Coffin Skates, also home of the Coffin Skates photo contest. Take a photo in front of the helmet pyramid, post it on Instagram, and have a chance to win a fabulous prize package worth literally tens of dollars. There'll be socks and laces, and that's about it.
Give it up for our NSO dance crew of one.
We also like to refer to them as our Muddy River Jamboree Solid Gold Dancers. You know, just because you're in the audience doesn't mean you don't have to dance too. I'm not saying it's a mandatory requirement, but I'm not saying that.
So the results of that official review, White was looking for a penalty on black blocker or black jammer.
You know what, Margot? Let's just look at it this way.
You know
nothing was
Nothing
issued,
happened.
nothing happened, nothing changed. Let's not worry about it.
You know what? It's better that way, Doc.
Reddy Roosevelt jumping in for the Killah Beez.
Hits and Giggles getting knocked out to the outside, jamming for the Northwood knockouts. Hits and Giggles through, grabs lead jammer for the Northwood knockouts.
Cinnamon Splice picking up a penalty for the Killah Beez. We've got ourselves an official timeout as called by the officials. We'll get the official word on this official timeout as soon as we get the official word on this official timeout from our officials in their official capacity.
So, by the way, just as a reminder, folks, a little over 4 minutes left. The score is 26 for the Killah Beez, 31 for the Northwood knockouts. That's pretty much nothing in a derby game in terms of a point spread. This official review is being brought to you by my extremely comfy chair. That means I would like everyone to applaud for me for being clever enough to bring it. Thanks, me.
All right, we're back in this. We've got 12:30 for the Killah Beez. Princess Sparklefist starting on a power jam.
It's pretty messy out there. I don't think anyone knows what's happening.
Ali B. Basham for the Northwood knockouts, taking up residency in the penalty box. Sparklefist with lead jammer status.
Meanwhile, it is in fact, or it was briefly a power jam. Hits and Giggles is, however, now out of the penalty box.
Mini Meat for the Killah Beez, taking up residency in the penalty box.
Oh, Hits and Giggles smashing their way through for their initial pass. Oh, dancing around. A lovely swoop for Hits and Giggles. That means that despite the fact that they had lead jam status, the Killah Beez picked up 2 to the Northwood knockouts 4.
Nutritional Beast up on the line for the Killah Beez. Craziness, Northwood knockouts.
Craziness finding that inside line lead jammer for the Northwood knockouts. Stunflower heading to the penalty box for the Northwood knockouts. It's a pivot in the box.
That was for a forearm penalty. Northwood knockouts just stuffing that penalty box. Number 406 heading over there. Going to be Violet Valkyrie.
That's right, that's 2 in the box for the Northwood knockouts as that jam comes to conclusion. Up next is going to be Hits and Giggles on the line for the Northwood knockouts and Smashley Olsen for the Killah Beez. Just over 2 minutes left. This score is still well tight. 28 for the Killah Beez, 37 for the Northwood knockouts.
We're just one jam away from flipping this.
Ooh,
Smashley coming around the outside, grabbing lead jammer status.
Quite the tumble there by 826 Troublemaker. Smashley Olsen has lead jammer status for the Killah Beez, but Hits and Giggles is right behind them. Oh! Hits and Giggles goes for the apex jump, doesn't make it, but gets a cheering section from their team.
All right, we picked up 4 and 4 on that. No change in lead or anything like that, but we're currently sitting 41-32, just over a minute left in play. Timeout has been called. Timeout has been called. This timeout being brought to you by our sponsor, the City of Dieppe. You know, the place we're in.
And team timeout, by the way. This is a team timeout. It's been called, I believe, by the Northwood knockouts. But frankly, everyone would like a little bit of time to breathe and collect themselves at this particular point in this exciting game. There is 1 minute and 1 second left on the clock, and less than 10 points separate these two teams.
Looks like we've got the Kickin Vixens coming up here, going against the Dockyard Brawlers in Game 14. That's going to be coming up in about, 5-10 minutes.
Dude.
So long as we don't wind up with a dozen or so official reviews, times out, and anything else that could slow this down.
On the line, Craziness for the Northwood knockouts.
Nutritional Beast on the line for the Killah Beez.
Also note that there's 2 Northwood knockouts sitting in the penalty box and 1 Killah Bee. It's a light track in this jam.
Killah Beez with the lead at jammer status. Craziness locked at the back of the pack.
Craziness getting knocked out and run back while Nutritional Beast is just powering through. Nutritional Beast out of the pack with a scoring pass for the Killah Beez.
We're down to 5 points in between.
Some offense out there trying to get Stunflower. Looks like there was a star pass, and Stunflower is now the jammer.
Smashley picking up a penalty for the Killah Beez.
A Nutritional Beast with a transition around the apex. That is a scoring pass, tightening up the score in this game.
We're going to be a 1-point differential after those points get posted.
Just 1 point in what could be the very last jam of the game.
We're seeing a lot of people being sent to that penalty box. Killah Beez packing it, but they're also packing on the points.
Stunflower almost makes it through, but gets knocked to the out. Stunflower is through for a scoring pass. Nutritional Beast makes it past. Oh, almost makes it. Knocked to the out. Stunflower through on the inside. scrambling pass. Nutritional Beez through for another scoring pass. Eight points so far by each team in this game. Sunflower through for another scoring pass.
They're going point for point at this point.
And that game is over. Unofficial score, that last jam, both teams racked up 12 points in that very last jam of the game. Unofficially, the score is 48 for the Killah Beez, 53 for the Northwood Knockouts.
Looks like we've got ourselves an official timeout. Official timeout has been called.
Unofficial timeout.
We're going to see what's exactly going on here in just a moment.
That's right, official timeout. Just want to note, folks, actually 16 points racked up by the Killah Beez in that last jam, 12 by the Northwood Knockouts. Massive action as these teams scrambled for those last points.
like 90% of you are out there dancing. Let's see what we can do to get the next 10% out there.
That is it! That is the final score. The score is 48 for the Killah Beez, 53 for the Northwood Knockouts in that game 13 of the Muddy River Jamboree. Stick around. We are going to announce our MVPs for that game. Hey, and as we get ready for Game 14 of the Muddy River Jamboree, I am going to announce your MVPs for that last game. First up, the MVPs for the Killah Beez. Your MVP blocker, number 26, Shreddy Roosevelt. And your MVP jammer for this Killah Beez, number 345, Nutritional Beast. And in black, your MVP blocker on the Northwood Knockouts, 1386, Lady Lana. And your MVP jammer for the Northwood Knockouts, 8772, Hits and Giggles. Give it up for the MVPs and all the players in that fantastic game, everybody. Here's a round of applause. Coming up next, we're going to have Game 14 of the Muddy River Jamboree. That's between the Vixens in pink and the Brawlers in black. And for your reference, this next game is going to start at 11:10. That's right, 11:10. Oh, and I am reliably informed that there is pizza, which is really the most important information that you can have here today. Places, everyone, places. Because we are going to get started very quickly, very soon for Game 14. That's right, this is Game 14 of the Muddy River Jamboree. In pink, the Kickin Vixens, and in black, the Dockyard Brawlers. This will be a good time, and fun will be had by most. Lining up on the track in black for the Dockyard Brawlers. Zoom Zoom is on the line. And in pink for the Kickin Vixens, DC Kamikaze getting ready to jam their hearts out in its first jam of Game 14 of the Muddy River Jamboree. More dancing, referees, more dancing. They're off. DC Kamikaze getting knocked out and run back early on. Zoom Zoom, meanwhile, pushing hard up at the front of that pack. Ooh, DC Kamikaze taking out their own coach, actually. And DC is out of the pack. DC Kamikaze with the lead jammer for the Kickin Vixens in its first jam of the game. Zoom Zoom, meanwhile, still stuck in the back of that pack. DC Kamikaze fighting hard. Oh, get knocked to the end. And Zoom Zoom is living up to their name, blasting forward at the front of that pack. DC Kamikaze calls it off. Handful of points on the board for the Kickin Vixens after that very first jam of the game. On the line, Pushing Galore is on the line for the Dockyard Brawlers, and DC Kamikaze is back up for the Kickin Vixens for a second jam in a row. DC Kamikaze keeps their feet despite some the best efforts of Honey Beaver. Lead jammer status for the Kickin Vixens. And meanwhile, Pushy Galore is heading to the penalty box. Looks like a forearm penalty, and regardless, it is a power jam for the Kickin Vixens. Beautiful offense there. Patina LaRoche clearing the track neatly for a handful of points for DC Kamikaze. DC Kamikaze calls it off. Power Jam is in its last few seconds, so this will be starting off as a power jam for the Kickin Vixens. Sweet Revenge, number 15, is on the track for the Kickin Vixens. No jammer for the Dockyard Brawlers. Power jam is over. Pushing Galore is back in the pack and getting knocked around. Pillow fight heading to the penalty box for a penalty. And meanwhile, Pushing Galore out of the penalty box and with lead jammer status for the Dockyard Brawlers. Sweet Revenge knocked to the end and worked back. A second Dockyard Brawlers heading to the penalty box for a high block. That's two in the box right now for the Dockyard Brawlers, but meanwhile, Pushing Galore is still powering their way through. Swooping hips around looking to knock up those points. Dockyard Brawlers working hard to close the gap. And the 8-point Jams managing to tighten up the score. 16 minutes left, and the score is 8 for the Dockyard Brawlers, 14 for the Kickin Vixens. Up next, Iron Slam. We're going to have an official timeout while the officials collect their thoughts. This official timeout is being brought to you by the pizza that is on sale over at the Lumber Smacks, or the Mighty River Rollers merch table. Just a reminder, yeah, that's right, there's pizza. We know that this is the real MVP of this tournament. Official timeout is over. On the line, Iron Slam for the Dockyard Brawlers and DC Kamikaze back up for the Kickin Vixens. Multiplayer block being picked up by Great Big Fire. And lead jammer status by DC Kamikaze for the Kickin Vixens. Iron Man ducking around with a nice transition. But DC Kamikaze, smashing their way through at the back. Throwing up points. Honey Beaver is heading to the penalty box for the Dockyard Brawlers. A pair of blockers in the box for the Brawlers. On the line, Bashley is up for the Dockyard Brawlers, and Sweet Revenge for the Kickin Vixens. Lead jammer status for the Dockyard Brawlers as Bashley manages to make it through despite their light track. Sweet Revenge getting knocked to the out while Bashley breezes through and throws points on the board for the Dockyard Brawlers, closing that gap. Sassy Sharp, the pivot for the Kickin Vixens, heading to the penalty box for a sit-down. Sweet Revenge still working to try to make it through. Sakya also heading in. There's some messy action happening out there. Bashley throwing points on the board while Sweet Revenge is still getting knocked out. Run the heck back. There's a pair of blockers in the box for the Vixens, and Bashley is taking full advantage. Well, they were. Sweet Revenge finally manages to make it out of the front of the pack. Bashley is heading to the penalty box, but so is Sweet Revenge. Both jammers hitting the penalty box at virtually the same moment. No jammers on the track right now, but they're both heading back in at the same time. Shortest power jam ever. So many jammers. The confusion has resulted in a very messy track, but Bashley is out of the pack with another handful of points for the Dockyard Brawlers. We do indeed have a lead change as the Dockyard Brawlers pull ahead in this game 14. That jam finally comes to its conclusion. Yep. Give it up for Bashley. So at the end of all that, we had a 12-point jam for the Dockyard Brawlers and a lead change. As we contemplate this official timeout, there's officially some reviewing going on, and I would draw your attention to the score. Well, just over 12 minutes left. The score is now 18 for the Kickin Vixens and 20 for the Dockyard Brawlers. This official timeout is brought to you by the City of Dieppe. Merci beaucoup, Ville de Dieppe, pour votre chaleureux accueil ici à Dieppe. Et pour l'opportunité de jouer le roller derby ici. C'est un plaisir d'être ici chaque année pour le Muddy River Jamboree. I'd also like to draw everyone's attention to the spectacular dance party on the track. You're allowed to keep going even though I talked about it. In case anyone was wondering, by the way, Game 15 is going to be coming up not at 11:20, given that that would be right now, but rather it will start at 11:40. Barring extenuating circumstances like we are having right now, i.e. official reviews. So, FYI, that official review resulted in an insubordination penalty for Pink 1-5. That means that this is, yes, a power jam for the Dockyard Brawlers, and Zoom Zoom is on the line. And Zoom Zoom's out of the back. That is lead jammer for the Dockyard Brawlers. Through the pack, Zoom Zoom, working their way through during this power jam. However, that power jam is over, and both jammers are now in the pack. Sweet Revenge getting knocked to the inn. Sweet Revenge through the pack while... Oh. Zoom Zoom calls it off from the back. Dockyard Brawlers extending that lead. Score is now 18 for the Kickin Vixens, 27 to the Dockyard Brawlers. Almost halfway through this game. On the line, DC Kamikaze for the Kickin Vixens, and Pushy Galore for the Dockyard Brawlers. Pushy Galore finds a nice hole on the outside. I thought you can't quite get a fist on, but looks like it is no pass. And lead jammer is actually for the Dockyard Brawlers. Pushy Galore calls it. No points for anyone in that one. On the line, DC Kamikaze coming right back up. And Zoom on the line for the Dockyard Brawlers. Multiplayer for Great Big Fire. DC Kamikaze getting lead jammer status for the Kickin Vixens. Fast moving pack. Zoom speeding through. DC Kamikaze throwing up a handful of points, looking to close that gap. Multiplayer being picked up by Pink 66. Zoom, blasting their way around. DC Kamikaze calls it off from their knees. DC Kamikaze showing a little bit of the strain from back-to-back jamming. Sweet Revenge on the line for the Kickin Vixens in pink. Iron Slam on the line for the Dockyard Brawlers in black. They're off. Early lead for the Dockyard Brawlers. Iron Man blasting their way through the pack while Sweet Revenge is still stuck behind that line of Dockyard Brawler blockers. Oh, Sweet Revenge out of the pack. Iron Man fast on their heels with a scoring pass. Hauls it off as they come around. Dockyard Brawlers extending that lead. Team timeout being called by the Kickin Vixens. Time for a rest, time to regroup, time to get pizza. There's pizza. Someone should bring me some pizza. Hey, timeout is over. On the line, DC Kamikaze back up for some more heavy lifting as the jammer for the Kickin Vixens. And Bashley on the line as the jammer for the Dockyard Brawlers. Bashley grabs the lead jammer for the Dockyard Brawlers. there is a penalty being called on the Kickin Vixens. That's a power jam for the Dockyard Brawlers as DC Kamikaze heads in for a sit-down. Ashley taking their time. Nice scramble of offense. But also some nice recycling by the Kickin Vixens. Oh, there's a back block being called on Bashley. That's going to release the jammer from the box. DC Kamikaze heading right straight back into the pack. Isaka heading to the penalty box. And DC Kamikaze heading straight out and through the back for their scoring pass. Remember, this is a power jam thanks to Bashley's back block. No pack has been called, and DC Kamikaze makes it through. DC Kamikaze with a scoring pass. That power jam is now over, and Bashley is back in the pack. Scoring pass, but there is no lead jammer anymore. Everybody's going to have to work for the full 2 minutes. Ooh. And work they will. Official review is being called by Brad Pitiful for the Kickin Vixens. We will wait to hear what strong opinions are being expressed. As we wait to hear the results of this official review, just want to remind you to thank our sponsor DigiBandit for their IT services. Thanks for the tech, DigiBandit. I'd also like to thank every single one of the NSOs and referees and medics who are here today. Thank you to our officials for making this game possible. Frankly, while we're at it, let's give a moment of love to all of the coaches that are here for every single team. All of the coaches who are out there making sure that you know what the heck to do. So the results of that official review, by the way, Pink was looking for a penalty on Black Jammer. As you can see, it was issued, and this is in fact a power jam. And my goodness, DC Kamikaze is getting knocked around out there, but gets lead jammer status regardless. Some spectacular hits that DC Kamikaze is absorbing and running with. Fortunately, that last pass through the back was a little bit lighter. Some offense getting DC Kamikaze through, but meanwhile, power jam is over. Power jam is over, and Bashley's back in the back. Two Dockyard Brawlers in the penalty box, and DC Kamikaze blasting through once again for another scoring pass for the Kickin Vixens as they scramble to make up that lead. Scoring pass for Bashley. DC Kamikaze just getting. DC Kamikaze is making up as much track on the outside after hits as they are on the track. Some extremely impressive ability to get back up on display in this game. Score after that 12-point jam for the Kickin Vixens, 3.5 minutes left, is 44 for the Kickin Vixens, 50 for the Dockyard Brawlers. Up Sweet Revenge for the Kickin Vixens and Pushy Galore for the Dockyard Brawlers. Two blockers sitting in the penalty box for the Dockyard Brawlers, and that is the result. Kickin Vixens have lead jammer. Sweet Revenge powering through. Pushy Galore has made it through the pack. But Sweet Revenge gets through, gets their sweet points, and calls it up with a sweet leap by Brad Pitiful. Magnificent footwork by the coach of the Kickin Vixens. Kickin Vixens have now tightened the score. Just 2 points is separating these two teams in Game 14 of the Muddy River Jamboree. Up next, we have DC Kamikaze on the line for the Kickin Vixens, and Zoom Zoom for the Dockyard Brawlers. Empty penalty box, full track. Just over 2 minutes left in this game. DC Kamikaze heading to the penalty box. That's a power jam for the Dockyard Brawlers. Forearm penalty being picked up by Thread Wrong. There's two Kickin Vixens heading simultaneously to the box. Just My Face and Thread Wrong, while Zoom Zoom blast through lead jammer for the Dockyard Brawlers. DC Kamikaze back in the pack. Points on the board for the Dockyard Brawlers. Once again, two Kickin Vixens sitting in the penalty box. If you're having trouble keeping up, you're not the only one. There's a lot of action happening. Pillow fight heading to the penalty box for hitting out of bounds. Oh, Zoom Zoom finally calls it off. After that exciting and eventful jam, we have an official review. An official review brought to you by your coaches, keeping an eye on everything and arguing about the rules. So, by the way, the results of that official review, Pink was looking for a blocking out of play penalty on Black 5-5. Given that that player had already fouled out, another player is sitting that penalty. So as you can see, there's 2 in the box for the Dockyard Brawlers as this jam kicks off. DC Kamikaze has lead jammer for the Kickin Vixens, as the penalty box empties all at once. A star pass has occurred. Honey Beaver is now the jammer for the Dockyard Brawlers, as this fast-moving pack speeds on ahead of DC Kamikaze and Honey Beaver. Honey Beaver is through for a scoring pass. DC Kamikaze still stuck behind that pack. DC Kamikaze fighting hard up there. High block getting picked up by Black 2-2. Meanwhile, Honey Beaver, despite not having lead jammer, is picking up quite the fistful of points out there. Oh, as DC Kamikaze gets spun out on the out. Honey Beaver stuck behind that wall. DC Kamikaze fighting their way up at the front. So the unofficial score of that game is 60 for the Kickin Vixens, 74 for the Dockyard Brawlers. We are waiting for the official confirmation. That is it. Official score. 60 for the Kickin Vixens, 74 for the Dockyard Brawlers. That is your official Game 14 of the Muddy River Jamboree. Stick around. Game 15 will be coming up soon, but first we will have your most valuable players for both of those teams. Your most valuable players in that game. First up for the Kickin Vixens, your most valuable blocker, number 111, Farm Bribicum. And the most valuable jammer on the Kickin Vixens, number 28, DC Kamikaze. And the MVPs on the Dockyard Brawlers. First up, your most valuable blocker, number 42, Great Big Fire. And the most valuable jammer, MVP, number 60, Zoom Zoom. Everybody give it up for starting at, well, starting at 11:40. Starting at some point, probably at noon. Grab yourself some food in the meantime and settle down for some awesome roller derby.
I see a lot of Spitfires singing, but I don't see a lot of them dancing. Get those feet on the floor. Is Fredericton really outdancing Halifax at this point? Halifax is on the floor sitting while Fredericton dances. I know there's a first time for everything. But way to disappoint Halifax. Halifax finally representing. We're starting to see Moncton hit the floor. All right, we've got ourselves some very important announcements to make here. Number one, Taboma is celebrating 200th game as an official. Big ups, NSO and 200th game. And a slightly bigger anniversary, White Noise, our head referee for this game, is doing his 300th game as a referee. Big ups to our head referee, finding out he's head referee, White Noise.
Good news! Yeah, that's right. The next whistle starts the game in this next round with the Dockyard Brawlers in red and the Killah Beez in blue.
Zoom on the line for the Brawlers. Nutritional Beast on the line for the Killah Beez. All right, zoom out in front. Grab that lead, Jamba status. All right, and with that, the Dockyard Brawlers put the first and only point on the board. 19 minutes, 20 seconds left in this game. Dockyard Brawlers 1 to the Killah Beez 0. For those of you keeping score at home. On the line, Princess Sparklefist sitting right alongside number 81, Pushy Galore. Sparklefist out in front with lead jammer status. To Mashley Olsen with the direction of play penalty. And that's it for that jam. Killah Beez responded to the Dockyard's Brawlers point from last round with 4 of their own. Brazilian whack on the line for the Killah Beez. Brawlers with Zoom Zoom. Buy me a beer, number 69 with the direction to play penalty for the Brawlers. Both jammers struggling to find a way through the pack. Killah Beez making it though. Brazilian wax coming out in front, grabbing that lead jammer status like candy from a baby. Or Toblerones from a toddler, depending on whatever you want to work with for a turn of phrase. A lot of pushing, a lot of shoving, but Brazilian Wax comes out on a point scoring pass, posting 4 to the boards. Mashley Olsen with a low block penalty. Iron Man in possession of the star for the Brawlers. Wax racking up points. That is it for that jam. Brawlers posted no points after that. Killah Beez up to 16. Just under 16 minutes left in this game. Well, if the question in your head is, ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? They are on the track at the moment. But on the line, we have got Princess Sparklefist for the Killah Beez. And it looks like we've got Mashley for the Brawlers. Sparklefist grabbing that lead jammer status. Mini-meat with what I do believe was a forearms penalty. We've got ourselves a star pass. Honey Beavers, now your jammer for Halifax. But it looks like we've had the jam called off. Killah Beez posting 8 that jam. Ready, Rose. Rosenvelt taking the star for the Killah Beez. Bushy galore for Halifax. Bushy out in front, grabbing that lead jammer status. Cinnamon Splice taking the star pass for the Killah Beez. Cinnamon Splice posting 4. Bushy with a little confusion out there. Tapping it off, though. Brawlers posting 1, doubling their point total. We've got ourselves an official review being called. Official review has been called. We'll give you the official word on that official review as soon as we get the official word from our officials during this official game on this official day. This official update being brought to you by Pizza, available down at the back from our lovely sponsor, Domino's. Also on this official review, it would be a great time to head on over to the Coffin Skate Shop pop-up here. Take a photograph in front of the beautiful helmet pyramid. Post it to your Instagram. Hashtag it Coffin Skate Shop. You've got yourself a chance in the draw for a pair of socks and a pair of laces, a prize package worth literally tens of dollars. Turns out that's actually an official timeout, not an official review. And upon reviewing the score and the clock, we're currently sitting at 13 and a half seconds. After all the I's are dotted, T's are crossed, we have got the Dockyard Brawlers sitting 6. Killah Beez, though, in the lead, 28. Princess Sparklefist up on the line for the Killah Beez. Zoom, zoom for the Brawlers. Killah Beez coming out in the lead. Jammer status. Sparklefist posting points. Sparklefist goes down hard and calls it off. Halifax posting 1 that round. Killah Beez posting 7. Bushy galore on the line for the Brawlers. Looks like we've got Nutritional Beast on the line for the Killah Beez. Looks like we've got Nutritional Beast grabbing that lead. Jamma status. Iron Man with the penalty for Halifax. Nutritional Beast with a back block. That is going to be a power jam for Bushy galore. And with that, we've seen a loss of lead jammer status in this jam, so we're going to a completion. Looks like Cinnamon Splice picking up a high block penalty. That's going to leave the Killah Beez shorthanded, giving Halifax a chance to make up some ground on this power jam. Looks like Nutritional Beast jumped onto the track and then immediately exit the track. Then comes back to the track, and it looks like we have got Pushy Galore with a low block in. So now it's a power jam for Nutritional Beast on the Killah Beez. A lot of penalties this round. Having a hard time keeping up with them all. Must be tea time in the penalty box. We've got Buy Me a Beer taking a sit down in the penalty box. All right, and that's it for that jam. So it's now time to announce the winner of the Coffin Skates contest. If you took your photo in front of that box, you may want to pay attention. We're looking for Melissa Dardin. Melissa Dardin, head on over to Coffin Skates. Grab your prize package. That name again, Melissa Dardin. And if you're not sure if it's you or not, check their Facebook page. We have a timeout being called for the Brawlers. On this timeout, we'll give you a quick update. Killah Beez currently 47, Dockyard Brawlers 15. 9 minutes, 45 seconds left in this game. Looks like this timeout's rolled into an official timeout, which means it's officially dance party season. You can tell the audience is tired when you're only seeing one or two of them dancing. It has been a long, long Derby weekend, but we're going to see it through. We have got a couple more games left. We tell you who's coming up next, but we need this game to decide. Dance break being brought to you by me, because why not? All right, so starting that thing off with a big run back. As a result of that official timeout, we actually did wind up with a penalty being levied against the blue jammer for the Killah Beez for a forearms penalty. Bushy galore jamming for the Brawlers, picking up a penalty, I do believe, for a cut. We have now got back on the track Nutritional Beast. Beast breaking free of the pack, grab that lead. Jammer status straight out of the penalty box. Great big fire with a multiplayer block. Looks like a lot of penalties picked up in that round. We've got some forearms. We've got some others. Not 100% sure exactly what, seeing as there was a lot real quick. We're going to start things up with the Killah Beez a few blockers short, and the Brawlers one blocker short. On the line, we do have 60 Zoom Zoom for the Brawlers, and we've got Brazilian Wax on the line for the Killah Beez. Brazilian Wax skating into lead jammer position backwards. Shreddy Roosevelt picking up a penalty, being waved out of the box. And back into the box to serve the penalty as the box was full. And after a lot of hustling, that's the end of that jam. We're sitting 7 minutes left in this game. Killah Beez 62, Dockyard Brawlers 19. Donde está la biblioteca on the jam line? And it looks like Iron Man coming out in front, though, grabbing that lead jammer status for the Brawlers. La Biblioteca breaking free. Ooh, we had a heavy hit there. Big round of Iron Man skating back to the bench of their own free will. All right, while we wait for everybody to line everything back up, we'll just turn up the music and let some people enjoy because they seem to be. Hey, we just want to throw a big shout out to Roy Crawford Photography for providing the fans today, and the lovely Motorious BIG for setting them up. All right, we're back in it. We've got Princess Sparkle Fist up on the line for the Killah Beez. Grab that lead jammer status. Breaking free of the pack. Right behind them, though, we've got Bashley. Looks like we have coming up to the line for this one, Zoom Zoom and Smashley Olsen. Smashley Olsen taking an inside line and grabbing that lead jammer status. Ashley making points. Zoom Zoom making a pass with a star pass psych out. Shreddy Rosenfeld taking up residency in the penalty box. Mini Meat with the direction of play penalty. Being waved off as the Killah Beez have stuffed the penalty box. Solid shot by Mini Meat. Taking out Zoom Zoom, then heading straight to the box to serve the penalty they couldn't serve earlier. Zoom Zoom posting a handful of points this round. Mashley calling it off. At the end of that, we had Dockyard Brawlers picking up 8 points on that jam, 15 to the Killah Beez. 3 minutes, 27 seconds left. Killah Beez currently sitting 77 to the Dockyard Brawlers, 27. We have had a timeout requested, official timeout. This official timeout being brought to you by our referees, because, you know, without them, it'd be total chaos out there. in this. Zoom on the line for the Brawlers. Sparkle Fist for the Killah Beez. Coming right off the line, grabbing that lead jammer status. Zoom. Pushing for points for the Brawlers. First time in a while we got ourselves an empty box. Zoom tapping out just as Sparkle Fist exits the pack and starts going for a point lap. No points awarded that jam. Honey Beaver on the line for the Brawlers. La Biblioteca on the line for the Killah Beez. A lot of pushing, a lot of shoving. Nobody really grabbing a headway till Honey Beaver comes out in front, grabbing that lead jammer status. La Biblioteca stuck in the pack, though finally breaking free. Not for a lack of St. Beth's trying to keep her back. We're under the 2-minute marker. No change in a couple of jams of points. Dockyard Brawlers 27. Killah Beez still leading 77. Brazilian wax for the Killah Beez. Iron Man back in the game after that injury. Jamming for the Brawlers. Brazilian wax coming out in front, grabbing that lead jammer status. Brazilian whack with a hop, skip, and a jump, almost freeing themselves in the pack. Needy Gonsalves, though, trying to hold them in as long as they could. Beth from above picking up a penalty. That would be a track cut for the Dockyard Brawlers. Going to sign a 30-second lease on the penalty box. Princess Sparkle Fist picking up a penalty for the Beez. And that's the end of that jam. We have got ourselves an unofficial score of 84 Killah Beez, Dockyard Brawlers 27. We're just waiting for all the I's to be dotted, T's to be crossed, Q's to get that funny little line at the bottom. Once we get that all figured out. And that is officially game. Big ups again to White Noise celebrating his 300th game and pulling on that head ref without knowing he was even had a chance at it. right, it's time for MVPs for the Dockyard Brawlers. MVP blocker number 55, Pillow Fight. And Jammer 81, Pushy Galore. And MVPs for the Killah Beez. Blocker 910, Cinnamon Splice. And Jammer MVP 021, Brazilian Wax. All right, guys, make sure you stick around. We have got another game to go before the big final full-length game coming up later today. All right, everybody, you're going to have a half an hour before the next game. It's going to be 1:15. Next game starts at 1:15. Just a heads up, if you were debating picking anything up from the Coffin Skate Shop, you will have till 15 minutes into the last game to pick it up. So I'd buy it now. You'd be almost crazy not to. right, just a reminder to all the officials, there will be an official photo op for the officials in the middle of this next game. So the next game's a full-length one, so before the second half, we are going to have an official photo session. So everybody hang out. It'll be fun. Hey, could we get all the officials to take their positions? Just before we get going to this game, we just want to throw a big shout out to everybody who had to fall off the list in order for this game to happen. Want to throw a big shout out to the Pirates. We still got a few of you guys kicking around. Big shout out to the Twisted Sisters all the way from PEI. We know we still got Spitfires representing down there. Big shout out to the Mad Hitters, part of the league hosting this event. Another big shout out to the Kickin Vixens. And of course, we've got the Dockyard Brawlers. Keeping things funky and dancing. All right, so we're going to be coming up in just a couple of moments to the Northwood knockouts going up against the Killer Beez for the championship game this weekend. It's going to be a full-length game. We're going to have a lot of fun. And just a reminder, all you officials still hanging around, at the halfway marker of this game, we're going to have the officials photograph, so make sure you stick around for that.
Hey, so in this championship game, for your reference, our very first two jammers of the game for the Killah Beez, we're going to have Brazilian Wax for the Northwood knockouts. Who the heck is it? It's and Giggles. It's Hits and Giggles. Hits and Giggles is jamming for the Northwood knockouts, wearing black. Killah Beez wearing white. And this, Game 16 of the Muddy River Jamboree 2016. Of the championship round of Muddy River Jamboree. Scoring pass, while meanwhile, Brazilian Wax has finally made it out, but it looks like there was a star pass. Your jammer is now Nutritional Beast for the Killah Beez. Whoa, Hits and Giggles. Very enthusiastically calling it off. Very excited about the jam ending. First points on the board in this game. 4 for the Northwood Walkouts and 1 squeezed out for the Killah Beez.
Up on the line, we have none other than Craziness for the Northwood knockouts. Princess Sparkle Fist for the Killah Beez.
Oh, it's a jostling for position to happen out there. Strong lines, though. And the almost, but not quite. Some fine recycling happened. Note that is a track cut. Track cut for the Northwood knockouts. That means we're going to have a power jam for the Killah Beez as Craziness heads in for a sit down.
Princess Sparkle Fist coming out of that box for the Killah Beez. Had that helmet cover psych out going on.
Both jammers are back in the pack. Princess Sparkle Fist hits the back and make it through. Thanks to an upended blocker, and Craziness through as well for a first pass through the pack.
Princess Sparkle Fist with a track cut. That's going to be a 30-second lease on the penalty box.
That's right. It's a power jam for the Northwood knockouts. Craziness fighting hard to get through. Lovely offense getting Craziness through on the inside. That is another scoring pass for the Northwood Knockouts. Our jam is over. Princess Sparklefist back in the pack. On the line, Hits and Giggles up for the Northwood Knockouts.
All right, we'll give you an official word on this official timeout if anything actually results from it. It doesn't look like we got anything, so we're going to be kicking this off. Up on the line for the Killah Beez, we have got Nutritional Beast.
Ooh, Hits and Giggles through on the inside. Almost, but not quite tripping. The jammer for the Northwood Knockouts.
Nutritional Beast finally breaking free of the pack.
Scoring pass for Hits and Giggles, who calls off the jam as Nutritional Beast makes their way through.
All right, we're sitting about 25 minutes left in this half. Northwood Knockouts leading 20 to the Killah Beez 8. Ashley Olsen lining up on the line for the Killah Beez.
Craziness for the Northwood Knockouts. Eyeing the back of the pack and looking for a little bit of an assist on through.
Looks like Smashley Olsen has come out in front, grabbing that lead jammer status for the Killah Beez.
Meanwhile, Craziness is being worked well back around, back all the way to turn one. Princess Sparklefist giving Craziness a run for their money.
Looks like Smashley Olsen posting points on that pass. If your question's donde está la biblioteca, they're in the box. Direction of play penalty for la biblioteca.
There's been a star pass. Nacho Friend is now the jammer, but stuck at the back of that pack. Finally makes it through. That's the first pass for the Northwood Knockouts.
Felix Bassett picking up a direction of play penalty. Smashley Olsen calling it off. Killah Beez posting 6 points that jam, bringing them up to just being within 6 points of the Northwood Knockouts. Northwood Knockouts 20, Killah Beez 14.
Up next on the line, Hits and Giggles for the Northwood Knockouts.
We've got Brazilian Wax for the Killah Beez.
Hard scramble back there by Hits and Giggles. Still not able to get past that tripod.
Brazilian Wax taking a shot at the front of the pack, getting knocked out of bounds and going all the way back.
Hits and Giggles is pushing hard to try to get that, get out the front of that one. Gets worked back through to turn one. Both jammers, neither one has gotten their initial pass as far as I can tell there, Doc.
That would be completely incorrect, as 8772 Hits and Giggles has lead jammer status.
Well then, well thank goodness they do, because they're calling it off after a nice solid hit on turn 2.
Killah Beez inching closer, currently sitting 18 to the Northwood Knockouts 20. This game looks like it's going to be a battle of inches.
On the line, 9:25 craziness for the Northwood Knockouts.
Looks like we've got Sparkle Fist launching off the line for the Killah Beez. Sparkle Fist grab that lead jammer status.
Craziness hot on their heels.
You can see the Killah Beez out there working hard for the kids. All right, no points gained that round. Just a big thank you out there to our sponsor, the City of Dieppe. When you think wonderful cities that start with D in New Brunswick, try thinking about Dieppe.
On the line, Stunflower jamming for the Northwood Knockouts.
Oh, we've got Nutritional Beast on the line for the Killah Beez. Both jammers coming up to absolute just ridiculous resistance.
Forearm penalty being picked up by 1-2-1.
Beast grabbing that lead jammer status.
Sunflower still stuck in the pack there. Oh. Nice hard hits. No movement.
Violet Valkyrie with a track cut.
Track cut and an insubordination penalty.
Looks like Nutritional Beast picking up a forearm penalty. That's going to flip this in favor of the Northwood Knockouts with a power jam.
Except that Sunflower is also heading to the penalty box with a penalty. That means this is a very quick catch and release of these two jammers.
Stunflower picking up a track cut penalty on that one. 6-6. Felix Bashit picking up a high block penalty for the Northwood Knockouts.
Stunflower getting some smashing.
Nutritional Beast picking up a fistful of points.
Cinnamon Splice working Stunflower back. Messy pack out there as both these jammers fight hard for every inch.
Nutritional Beast throwing up another fistful of points. All right, and that is it for that jam. We've had a little bit of a lead change. Killah Beez picking up 11 points, driving them into the lead, 29 to the Northwood Knockouts 20. Just over 18 minutes left in this half.
That was a hard-fought jam for both of those teams. Team timeout being called by the Northwood Knockouts.
This timeout being brought to you by Coffin Skate Shop. They're going to be shutting down shortly, so if you've got anything you got to pick up from Coffin Skate Shop, I'd grab it now.
Yep, you're officially running out of time.
Look at, there are so few light-up wheels left. How are you going to look fantastic at the next disco unless you pick yourself up some of those beautiful light-up wheels being displayed for you right now?
Also, I should point out that your socks are not nearly as cool as Doc's and mine, so you should feel shame and compelled to correct it by purchasing some fancy socks.
All right, looks like we're back into this. Up on the line, we have none other than Smashley Olsen for the Killah Beez.
Craziness on the line for the Northwood Knockouts.
And surprisingly, an empty penalty box.
Smashley Olsen already through on the inside, getting lead jammer status for the Killah Beez. Meanwhile, Craziness is still trapped behind that wall despite the best efforts of Nacho Friend. A pivot in the box for the Killah Beez. Craziness finally able to make it through the pack, but Smashley Olsen, biding their time, calls it off. On the line, hits and giggles for the Northwood Knockouts, Brazilian Wax for the Killah Beez. Score, 17 minutes and change left in this quarter. Score is 20 for the Northwood Knockouts, 33 for the Killah Beez. Jammer heading to the box. That's Brazilian Wax in the box. And a power jam for the Northwood Knockouts, who have just grabbed lead jammer status for their green team. Nice whip. Lovely whip off the jersey for Hits and Giggles. Gets them through for a scoring pass. Sunflower almost gives the O. Can't quite get Hits and Giggles through the pack. Power jam is over, and Brazilian Wax is making their way through. Stuck behind some recycling blockers.
Brazilian Wax making a pass.
Hits and Giggles racks up the points and calls off the jam.
We're getting close, real close, everyone. Killah Beez still in the lead at 33, but Northwood Knockouts posted 12 brings them up to 32. We've got a 1-point differential and 15 minutes left in this half. On the line, we have for the Killah Beez, Smashley Olsen.
Craziness on the line for the Northwood Knockouts. 2 blockers in the box for the Killah Beez, by the way. Probably why lead jammer status was just picked up by the Northwood Knockouts. Craziness taking advantage of the lean track out there. Quite the tight squeeze, and it's a scoring pass for the Northwood Knockouts.
Looks like Northwood Knockouts Jammer got a track cut penalty. That's going to be a power jam for the Killah Beez.
Meanwhile, Stunflower also heading to the penalty box. That's a pivot and a jammer in the box for the Northwood Knockouts. Bad news for them.
Slick moves by number 31 there. Smashley Olsen sliding through that pack like a lubed lemur.
Oh, tumbling action out there by Smashley Olsen, bobbing and weaving and through for a scoring pass. Craziness back in the pack. Power jam is over. Nest time begins.
We're just seeing a mess of black and white out there, and it is not seeing too successful for either, although we do just have both jammers burst out of the pack.
Both jammers throwing some points on the board.
All right, and we've got the Killah Beez requesting a timeout. Killah Beez scoring just a few more on that jam, still maintaining their lead. 46 to the Northwood Knockouts, 40, 13 minutes left.
Timeout has been called. It's a timeout. I do believe this is a team timeout for white.
Which also means it's a dance time. This team timeout has flown into a official timeout, which means more time to dance. We'll give you the official word on this official timeout as soon as we get the official word from our official, as there does seem to be something going on.
Until then, we have no idea either. We are merely consumed with the dance.
All right, that's the end of the official. We'll give you the official word once we get it, but we're going to roll back into this game.
Hits and giggles on the line for the Northwood Knockout.
Nutritional beast out there raising hell.
Hits and Giggles getting some very enthusiastic instructions from their bench.
All right, we're getting just a little bit closer. Northwood Knockouts closing the gap like my orthodontist. Killah Beez sitting there 46 to the Northwood Knockouts 43.
Craziness on the line for the Northwood Knockouts. Oh,
Pin
quite the
Princess.
smash.
Sparkle Fist getting absolutely demolished by 626 Felix Bashan. Felix taking a low block penalty for that one. And Sparkle Fist tapping out on that one.
And full of points for the Killah Beez, extending that lead. Still very tight, though. 43 for the Northwood Knockouts, 50 for the Killah Beez, with 11 and a half minutes left to go in this half. Hits and giggles on the line for the Northwood Knockouts.
Brazilian Wax peeling off the line for the Killah Beez. Brazilian Wax stuck out there in a bit of a hairy situation, trying to find a way out.
Hits and giggles, not having all that much
Brazilian Wax pulling off some fancy footwork, which
Oh.
also happened to be a track cut.
Oh, no, that's a power jam for the Northwood Knockouts. Oh, hits and giggles, just chuckling on through. Throwing points on the board, narrowing that point spread in this final game of the Muddy River Jamboree. Stunflower giving some offense, and it works. Hits and giggles is through for another scoring pass. Bit of a whip for hits and giggles. But, hits and giggles sandwiched in between two blockers.
Ali Bashan getting a good chunk of Brazilian Wax on the outside edge there.
Cinnamon Splice just destroying hits and giggles up at the front of the pack there. And they were very done with that jam.
All right, we're 9 minutes, 30 seconds left. We have got Northwood Knockouts jumping up into the lead, 54 to the Killah Beez. We have got ourselves a lead change.
On the line, craziness for the Northwood Knockouts.
We've got Smashley Olsen for the Killah Beez. Smashley Olsen grabbing that lead jammer status by the pivot line.
Craziness trapped back there behind the pack. Not getting any joy so far. Oh, hips on from the Killah Beez pivot. Craziness worked all the way back.
Smashley Olsen fighting for four and getting it.
That looks to be a penalty, a track cut penalty for craziness. That's a power jam for the Killah Beez.
Smashley with a smash and grab on those points.
Calls it off. That means that we are starting this next jam on a power jam for the Killah Beez. We had another lead change during that last jam. Score with 8 minutes left on the clock. 54 for the Northwood Knockouts, 58 for the Killah Beez. As this USA on USA final dukes it out for the title here at the Muddy River Jamboree.
Brazilian Wax on the line for the Killah Beez. Brazilian Wax peeling out of the pack, grabbing that lead jammer status. Brazilian Wax sliding backwards through that pack, grabbing a few points. Nutritional Beast picking up a penalty for the Killah Beez. Looks like there was a little bit of confusion going on with potential star pass with Stun Flower for the Northwood Knockouts. Looks like we've got a jammer in the box for the Northwood Knockouts. This is Power Jam for the Killah Beez. Brazilian Wax coming up against a lot of resistance. Breaking free and posting forward to the board, though. Wax with another pass. Solid hit by La Biblioreca.
Meanwhile, Craziness has managed to make it through the pass for their first run through out of the penalty box.
Sweet Peacock picking up a penalty for the Northwood Knockouts in a little bit of a messy situation in the pack there.
Nice 12-point jam there for the Killah Beez, extending their lead thanks to some well-timed power jams and some poorly timed penalties for the Northwood Knockouts.
We've got ourselves an official timeout. Official timeout has been called. Which means we'll turn up the music for you. We're seeing some love on this love train out on the track. And a lot of dancing in the penalty box. Thankfully, there's no rule against it. And with that whistle, we're back in it.
On the line, it is once again hits and giggles for the Northwood Knockouts.
Sparkle Fist for the Killah Beez.
One each in the box for both teams. And lead jammer status for hits and giggles and the Northwood Knockouts. Ooh. An attempt at an outside line leap by Hits and Giggles. Star pass.
We've got ourselves a star pass to Smashley Olsen.
Hits and Giggles calling it off from the back of the pack.
All right, we're currently sitting out under the 5-minute mark at Killah Beez 74, Northwood Knockouts of 57.
Nacho Friend is up for the Northwood Knockouts.
Shreddy Roosevelt up on the line for the Killah Beez.
Nacho Friend picking up a track cut. That is a power jam for the Killah Beez.
We are seeing a lot of offensive defensiveness going on here. Not a lot of headway being gained. Claude Monet coming out of the box strong, throwing that shoulder into none other than Felix Bashit.
Sunflower trying to get a shoulder on to
Rosenvelt breaking free, grabbing that lead jammer status.
Power jam is over. Meanwhile, Nacho Friend back in the pack and through for their initial pass.
And Roosevelt calling it off after posting 2 to the board for that jam.
Hits and giggles back up on the line for the Northwood knockouts.
Smashley on the line for the Killah Beez.
Hard pushing, but no joy so far. Quite the crushes. Both are stuck in. Oh!
Inside line, Smashley grabs that lead jammer status.
Hits and giggles ducking through and around, out on their heels.
Smashley goes down hard and calls it off. No points made that jam at all.
On the line, number 61, Nacho Friend for the Northwood knockouts.
Brazilian Wax on the line for the Killah Beez. We've got ourselves an official timeout. Official timeout has been called. I guess we're done with that.
Nope.
Or wait. Not 100% sure what we got going on here right at the moment. All right, we're back into what's going on.
Everything's been resolved. Nothing to see. Except Nacho Friend, who's jamming for the Northwood knockouts.
Brazilian Wax peeled off that outside edge bump like it was nothing, grabbing that lead jammer status.
Whoa.
Brazilian Wax with a tiptoe through the tulips, putting 4 points on the board.
Very fancy footwork there by Brazilian Wax. Meanwhile, Nacho Friend is finding that to be the case with this pack.
Brazilian Wax seemed to be pulling out all the stops this jam. That or everything is just lined up perfect for them every time. They are juking, they are tiptoeing, they are pulling out every little stinking thing they've got to kill this jam and extend their lead.
Sunflower appears to now be the jammer for the Northwood knockouts thanks to a star pass. Still stuck behind a one-on-one blocker. Finally through for an initial pass.
I swear Brazilian Wax is spending more time on their toe stops than they are on their wheels while they're in the pack. Killah Beez posts 13, bringing them up to 97 to the Northwood knockouts 58. We are on halftime, everyone.
Halftime.
Oh, no. Sorry, we're on an official review before we hit halftime. I apologize. I thought I just heard one of the officials yell halftime. All right, with that official review being used at the end of this jam, this is going to, or at the end of this half, we're going to wind up pulling a additional jam in this first half of the game. So we're going to line them up to knock them down all over again for you.
That's right. We're pulling out one last jam. And Hits and Giggles is on the line for the Northwood Knockouts.
Sparkle Fist back to the line for the Killah Beez.
Hits and Giggles taking off. That's Lee Jammer for the Northwood Knockouts.
Oh, looks like Sparkle Fist picking up a forearms penalty to be joined in the box by Mini Meat.
That is a power jam for the Northwood Knockouts. And that is a scoring pass for Hits and Giggles, who is chewing up the track in this power jam at the end of the first half of this championship game. Oh, breezing through on the outside line. Another scoring pass for Hits and Giggles. Fabulous news for the Northwood Knockouts. A little bit of a touchy situation for the Killah Beez. Hits and Giggles chewing through the pack.
All right, it looks like we're all in back on 5-on-5.
Hits and Giggles is
calling it off.
Hits and Giggles calls it off.
And that's officially intermission this round. Killah Beez 97, Northwood Knockouts 71. That'll be going into the second half. We've got 15 minutes, everyone. Get some fresh air. Buy the last little bits of merch available out there. Or, you know, just hang out and dance. We'll throw some music on for you. All right. We just want to throw another big thank you out there to St. Beth the Generous, dropping off coffee to your announcers at the halfway point of the final game is probably the nicest thing you can do.
And let it be acknowledged that Beth is the true MVP of this entire tournament.
MVP? Hell no. Officially in the announcer's eyes, champion. Cat Rectum, we still love you. You're wonderful. But
yeah,
Beth, St. Beth brought us coffee. There's a reason we call her St. Beth. Speaking of that, let's roll into some music. What, this song is only good enough for Halifax to dance to? I'm judging you, Fredericton. I judge St. John, but I think they're out for a cigarette. All right, don't forget the officials photograph in about 5 minutes. We also want to throw a big shout out to Torisaurus Rex for secret reasons we're not allowed to discuss on the mic. I can imply their numerous things like that it's potentially sexual or illegal, but I'm not allowed to say why she is one of our favorites. I can only tell you she's our favorite in several various ways. If we can get every single official down this end of the track, every single official. Were you an NSO? Were you a referee? Were you an unofficial like me? Get your butts down to this end of the track. Yeah, we're unofficial. Margo had her. Margo, whatever you're doing, knock it off and get down here. Poppy! Margo, run! Jackie, you were an NSO this weekend? If I have to shame you all into getting into this photo, I will, so help me. Shuffle quickly. If we could get the medics to return to their location, that would be rad as hell.
We love you, medics. We need you. You complete us.
They're in an appropriate spot and acceptable to the insurance. Perfect. Referees, I'm told the medics are where they're going to be.
Hey, Hits and Giggles is on the line for the Northwood Knockouts.
Welcome back from the intermission. We're going to be starting things off with Nutritional Beast up on the line for the Killah Beez. Give you a quick update here. We have got Killah Beez 97, Northwood Knockouts 71. In the last half of the last game of the Muddy River Jamboree weekend. And I can tell you're excited not just for the victor, but to go home. 3 cheers for your bed. All right. That got the appropriate cheering to start this off.
They are off, smashing into the back of those lines. Oh, Hits and Giggles out of the back. Lead Jammer.
Nutritional Beast pushing hard. La Biblioreca heading to the penalty box with a direction of play penalty.
Meanwhile, both Jammers through the pack, scoring pass for each. 1 in the box each for the Northwood Knockouts and the Killah Beez.
Looks like Northwood Knockouts have picked up a track cut penalty on their jammer. It means Nutritional Beast is going to be enjoying a power jam.
Plenty of pushing and shoving, but Nutritional Beast is able to make it through the pack. That's another handful of points for the Killah Beez. Cinnamon Splice trying to give a little bit of offense there for Nutritional Beast, but meanwhile, that power jam is over, and Hits and Giggles is through for a scoring pass for the Northwood Knockouts. Hits and Giggles looking for that outside line, dancing through in their toe stops, but can't quite make it.
For that jam. Killah Beez extending their lead, currently sitting 113 to 79, picking up 16 points to Northwood Knockouts 8 in that jam.
Up next, craziness for the Northwood Knockouts. Smashley Olsen on the line for the Killah Beez.
It's the battle of the glittery shorts on this one. Smashley pushing hard to find a way through.
Craziness trying to shoulder past that wall. And it's effective. Northwood Knockouts with the lead jammer status.
Smashley breaking away from the pack.
Hits and Giggles is on the line for the Northwood Knockouts. Brazilian Wax up for the Killah Beez. Oh, Hits and Giggles trying to make it through on the out there. And that's lead jammer for the Northwood Knockouts.
Brazilian whack. Pushing hard through that pack, finally making it free. Northwood Knockouts tapping out, though.
Hits and giggles up there, just bounced off a solid blocker.
They
Ran out of Fs.
They did pick up 3 on that pass, though.
On the line. Craziness for the Northwood Knockouts.
Looks like we've got 31 Smashley Olsen. Hey, it's another battle of the glittery shorts.
Glitter on glitter.
Looks like the Killer Bees are sparkling a little shinier. Smashley Olsen out in front, grabbing that lead. Jammer's status.
Craziness, ducking and weaving. Not yet through for their initial. Oh, through for their initial pass. Scooting around the outside.
Looks like Mini Meat picking up a forearms penalty for the Killer Bees.
It would be Mini Meat heading to the box.
Looks like we've got 2 points for the Killer Bees at the end of that jam.
Up on the line, Stunflower is jamming for the Northwood Knockouts.
We've got Brazilian Wax up again for the Killer Bees. We've got ourselves an official timeout, I do believe.
Yep, that's right. An official timeout, Doc.
Not a long one, though. We're back in this. Same jammers on the line as was earlier. We've got Brazilian Wax up there and Stunflower.
Ooh, jammers thinking about their life choices. Stunflower pushing hard while Brazilian Wax is trying to give it the old shoulder. Stunflower out of the back, lead jammer for the Northwood Knockouts. Meanwhile, Northwood Knockouts pivot heading to the penalty box. That's Sweet Peacock sitting for a forearms while 2 Killah Bees join them. That's an empty track, and that means Stunflower is through for a scoring pass for the Northwood Knockouts.
Brazilian Wax keeping up 0.4 point with the Northwood Knockouts jammer.
Stunflower shouldering through on sheer preservation.
Brazilian Wax with a high block.
Uh-oh.
That's going to leave a power jam
jam
for the Northwood Knockouts, giving them a chance to gain some territory.
Stunflower blasts their way through at the front of the pack and calls off the jam. That means we're going to start this next jam on a power jam for the Northwood Knockouts.
Northwood Knockouts picking up 12 in that to the Killer Bees 6, closing that gap. Killer Bees 1, 2, 3 to the Northwood Knockouts 96.
Ooh, shoving action out there in this power jam for the Northwood Knockouts. Sliding hit from Princess Sparklefist.
She's picking up a direction of play penalty for that one.
Meanwhile, being joined in the box by 406 Violet Valkyrie for the Northwood Knockouts.
Craziness had a no pass, no penalty there, so no lead jammer assigned. Brazilian Wax, when they do get released from the box, will have the opportunity to go for a lead jammer where there was that no pass, no penalty. Looks like Brazilian Wax was released from the pack, picked up a back block. That's going to return a power jam to the Northwood Knockouts.
That's right. That's back-to-back power jams. But meanwhile, Craziness knocked to the inside, going the long way around. So this may be a power jam, but it's an exhausting one.
Mini Meat with a direction of play penalty, heading to the penalty box.
Craziness through for a scoring pass. Only 2 Killah Bees left on the track here in this power jam. Some nice offense to get them through. head block getting picked up by Felix Bashett. Beautiful swoop by Craziness on the inside line.
LEV Bash taking a solid shot into Brazilian Wax. The whole Northwood Knockouts blocker lineup are really doing their best to hold Brazilian Wax back. Brazilian Wax breaking free, though. Moving on to what looks like the scoring pass.
That, for those keeping up at home, that was a 20-point jam by the Northwood Knockouts, pulling this within less than 10-point spread with 20 minutes and change left in the second half of the game.
Dr. Steelgood with the direction of play penalty. We are currently on a team timeout. Team timeout. This team timeout being brought to you by our NSOs, because without them, who would do the paperwork?
Hooray for the NSOs!
It's a thankless, menial, just downright sometimes degrading job, but they do it with a smile, and we thank them so much for all the extra effort they have to put in so that we can enjoy this game no matter how tedious the task. They are there to cover us.
So once again, score 116 for the Northwood Knockouts, 123 for the Killah Beez. That is spitting distance, and I'm quite certain that some of these players will. On the line, we've got Hits and Giggles for the Northwood Knockouts, Smashley Olsen for the Killah Beez.
So Ashley Olsen hitting hard at that back of the pack, getting trapped up for the Killah Beez.
Smashley Olsen appearing to do a little bit of blocking there. Not quite enough. Hits and Giggles through for lead jammer status for the Northwood Knockouts. And through on the outside. Nice swoop. That would be so close to a lead change.
Looks like Smashley Olsen with a bit of a star pass psych out, trying to make a pass to the pack.
Oh, look at that. Northwood Knockouts just pulled ahead by 1 point. We have a lead change. 123 Killah Beez, 124 Northwood Knockouts. On the line, Craziness for the Northwood Knockouts.
Brazilian Wax for the Killah Beez. Brazilian Wax out in the front, making the first break from the pack, but it was a no pass, no penalty. Still leaves lead jammer status open for the Northwood Knockouts. Brazilian Wax onto a point scoring pass, posted for.
Lead jammer for Craziness. Hauls it off. Mini Meat heading to the penalty box for the Killah Beez.
All right, with those points posted to the board, Killah Beez come back in the lead, 127 to 124. 18 and a half minutes left in this game.
On the line, Hits and Giggles for the Northwood Knockouts.
Nutritional Beast on the line for the Killah Beez.
Hits and Giggles blasting their way through. That's lead jammer for the Northwood Knockouts.
Ali B. Bashan took a solid swing. Not quite a full contact, but enough to throw Nutritional Beast off and have to drive her back to the back of the pack.
Scoring pass for hits and giggles. Scrabbling back for that lead with fingernails.
Nutritional Beast picking up a track cut penalty. That's going to dump this into a power jam for the Northwood Knockouts, which now that they've just pulled into the lead with 128 to the Killah Bees 127 is exactly what they need to extend this lead.
At the end of that tooth and nail brawl, 12-point jam for the Northwood Knockouts. The score is 127 for the Killah Bees, 136 for the Northwood Knockouts. Both teams trading the lead back and forth.
One thing I have noticed over this weekend, we've been seeing a lot of big point jams. Consistently, game after game. Up on the line, trying for their own big point jam, we've got Brazilian Wax.
Craziness for the Northwood Knockouts. Craziness pushing up there at the front of the pack. And they're out. Nope, that appears to be a high block. That is a power jam for the Killah Bees as Craziness hits to the box.
Number 910, Cinnamon Splice for the Killah Bees, picking up a penalty as well.
Meanwhile, Sparks and Wreck is sitting in there with their jammer for the Northwood Knockouts.
Brazilian Wax taking advantage of the, I'd say, thinner pack numbers, squeaking through a nice easy pass there. Shreddy Roosevelt punching a hole for Brazilian Wax. Brazilian Wax goes for the apex jump, doesn't quite make it. Solid contact from 143 Stunflower on the Northwood Knockouts.
There's been a star pass. Stunflower is now the jammer for the Northwood Knockouts as Craziness tries to punch a hole. Stunflower working that inside line. Stunflower pushing like you would not believe at the front of the pack, looking for that no pack call.
Brazilian Wax stuck at the back, finally getting released though. Rolling through to grab 4 points. At the end of that one, Killah Bees jump into the lead, 143 to 136 after that big old 16-point jam. 14 minutes left in this game.
Stunflower picked up a forearms penalty right at the end of that jam, meaning,
we've got an official review requested. Official review has been requested. This official review being brought to you by all the referees here today, because without them, this would be a lot more chaotic. Big ups to our referees. Somebody applaud. Thank you, the handful of you still left paying attention to the games. And not just your Facebook hoping to go home sooner rather than later, but you need to sit it out because you've been here all weekend. We still love you. This request going out to Halifax. Thanks for keeping up the dance floor. All right, we're back in this. There was a question on that forearms penalty. Looks like that forearm penalty is going to stand.
Hey.
We've got Smashley kicking off with a power jam, grabbing that lead jammer status ahead of the pivot line.
It's a pretty lean track out there. We've got 2 Killah Beez sitting in the penalty box. But Smashley is undeterred. The entire penalty box just emptied out at once, and all of a sudden there's a lot more messiness out there on the track. Sunflower jamming once again for the Northwood Knockouts.
Killah Beez making good work with this power jam, already posting 8 points to the board. Still waiting for Sunflower to make the initial pass.
Meanwhile, Smashley Olsen is racking up that point total. 12 points so far in this jam. Sunflower still fighting to get through.
Sunflower finally breaking free, but too little too late. Killah Beez posted 12 points on that, extending their lead to 155 over the 136 for the Northwood Knockouts. 12 minutes, 10 seconds left in this game.
Hits and giggles on the line for the Northwood Knockouts.
Nutritional beast for the Killah Beez.
Hits and giggles, scrambles through on the inside. That's the lead jam for the Northwood Knockouts.
Mini Meat heading to the penalty box.
Northwood knockouts with lead jammer and a fistful of points. Hitting hard on the back there. Both jammers coming up hard and fast, and hits and giggles through, finds a giant hole on the outside and swoops through.
Happened just a moment ago there.
Nutritional Beast heading for a back block to the penalty box. That's a power jam for the Northwood knockouts. Oh, smashing hard hit that is going to earn a direction of play penalty for
Mini Meat picking up another penalty, that jam for direction of play.
And we have inched up to within 3-point difference. That's right. Score right now, 156 Northwood knockouts, 159 for the Killah Beez with just over 10 minutes left in period 2. We're still on a power jam with Nacho Friend on the line for the Northwood knockouts. Fast-moving pack trying to avoid and kill this power jam. Oh, Nacho Friend knocked out and run the heck back.
Oh, coming right out of the penalty box. Nutritional Beast coming out and grabbing that lead jammer status. Cinnamon Splice with a solid hit, taking down the Northwood Knockouts jammer. Then coming around to the front of the pack, clearing a path for Nutritional Beast to swing around and post 4 more to the board.
Nacho Friend having some serious trouble getting through that line of blockers.
Claude Monet with a solid takedown on the Northwood Knockouts jammer.
Nacho Friend getting shut down by Mini Meat back. Shreddy Roosevelt working them back once again in some very disheartening recycling. Sunflower can't quite get a shoulder on Nutritional Beast. He was through for another scoring pass. 12 points so far in this jam. There has been a star pass. Sunflower is now the jammer for the Northwood Knockouts. Finally through the pack. Almost 2 minutes of hard work by Nacho Friend.
Nutritional Beast calling it off just ahead of the scoring pass for the Knockouts. Killah Beez posting 16 on that jam, extending their lead.
There's some fine soul killing happening out there by the Killah Beez blockers.
We've got ourselves a team timeout. Team timeout has been called. So that means I'm going to turn up the music a little bit for you guys to enjoy it. This song's being dedicated to all those blockers punching holes for all your jammers. All right, we're back into it.
Hits and giggles on the line from Northwood Knockouts.
Smashley on the line for the Killah Beez.
Hits and giggles getting a little bit of a whip off of Sunflower, but not enough to get them through.
Smashley up at the front, grab that lead jammer status.
Hits and giggles finding that slippery spot on the floor. Through for their initial pass.
Smashley going for an apex jump, not making it at all. Knocked right out on that one. Doesn't look like any points picked up by anyone on that jam.
Official timeout.
We're on an official timeout. We'll give the official word as soon as we get the official word from our officials in their official capacity. I guess we're going to have to get some more, or we're going to get some more music next time, guys.
Hits and giggles on the line for the Northwood Knockouts.
Brazilian Wax on the line for the Killah Beez.
Hits and giggles ducking and scooping around. That is Lee Jammer for the Northwood Knockouts. Sunflower picking up a penalty, heading to the box. Hits and giggles through the pack, calls it off.
Northwood Knockouts chipping away at the lead. Killah Beez still 176. Northwood Knockouts a 160, 16-point differential. 6 minutes left in gameplay.
On the line, Nacho Friend is back up for the Northwood Knockouts.
Smashley Olsen on the line for the Killah Beez. Both jammers just jammed up like soup, but Smashley Olsen getting a little shove in an offensive way turns into propelling her to the front of the pack, grabbing that lead jammer status.
Smashley Olsen scooting through on a single skate while the rest of the entire pack piles up on top of Nacho Friend. Back block just picked up on Valkyrie. Nacho Friend has finally made it through for their initial pass.
Smashley trying to call it off. Killah Beez posting 8 total for that last jam.
Sunflower on the line for the Northwood Knockouts.
Brazilian Wax for the Killah Beez.
Sunflower finds a beautiful hole on the inside. Lead jammer for the Northwood Knockouts.
Brazilian Wax getting by with a little help from their friends. Brazilian Wax goes through, but 6-2-6 Felix Batchett with a solid swing and a knockout to the inside.
Sunflower through for a scoring pass, but so is Brazilian Wax.
Wax posting 4.
Apex jump from Sunflower. And a back block getting picked up by Valkyrie. Failure to return getting picked up by
Felix Bassett.
Stunflower fighting at the front of the pack. Manages to make it through 4. Oh, no. Stunflower, yep, that's a scoring pass.
Brazilian Wax getting tripped up at the back of the pack.
Lots of determined faces out here. Sparks heading to the penalty box for a forearm penalty. Meanwhile, Stunflower still working at the back of the back there, trying to, powers on through, blasting their way and calls off the jam.
That is it for that jam. Northwood Knockouts closing up the gap. Killah Beez still scoring solid number of points, though. We've still got a 16-point differential, 196 Killah Beez, 180 Northwood Knockouts. Just over 2 minutes left in this game.
Hits and giggles on the line for Northwood Knockouts.
Smashley coming around the inside line, grabbing that lead jammer status for the Killah Beez.
Huge hole left there. Oh, an attempted leap by Hits and Giggles gets smashed in the air. Can't quite get them through.
Looks like Smashley Olsen picking up a track cut penalty.
That is a power jam for the Northwood Knockouts. Power jam for the Northwood Knockouts. But Shreddy Roosevelt is working Hits and Giggles all the way back. And
Smashley taking advantage of the distraction, jumping in straight out of the penalty box, making a point pass. That is it for that jam. We've got ourselves an official timeout. Official timeout has been called. We'll give you the official word on I apologize, team timeout. I just saw a lot of arms being flailed, and it looked like an official timeout.
There were arms everywhere. It was very confusing.
All right, there's a lot of tension going on in this room, and I do believe it's time to relax. This may be your last chance to dance. We got 45 seconds left. We're rolling into another team timeout, so we're just going to let the music roll. All right, so we're just going to give you that quick update. So it looks like Hits and Giggles wasn't lead jammer when they called it off. They have been assigned a penalty due to that fact. Means we're going to have Brasilia Whack'em starting off on a power jam in what could be the last jam of the game. Brasilia Wax grabbing that lead jammer status. Both sides of the pack acting a little chill, calm, cool, and collected because everything matters at this point. Brazil rolls around the inside line, posting a clean 4 points.
Hits and Giggles back out of the penalty box and into the back.
Brazil taps it off. We're just waiting on some official words here. As it stands, unofficial score, 207 Killah Beez, 184 Northwood knockouts. This is a close one. We've got to make sure all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed.
What a spectacular game by these two teams in our championship game of the Muddy River Jamboree.
And that's the official Killah Beez taking it.
The official score, 184 for the Northwood Knockouts, 207 for the Killah Beez.
Killah Beez, take your victory lap. We've got MVPs coming up in just a moment. And don't forget the ever lovely award ceremony. You guys get to take a lap too. I mean, second place in only two. It is nothing to not get a victory lap over. All right, so time for our MVPs. For the Northwood Knockouts blocker MVP, 1232 Ali B. Bashard. And Jammer, 925 Craziness. And for the Killah Beez, blocker MVP, 218 Mini Meat. And Jammer, 021 Brazilian Wax. All right, stick around. We're going to be handing this off and having our award ceremony.
Hey guys, so we're just going to start with the rep awards so they can go gear down. So we have some special shirts made for our two refs that are our two officials that ref 200 and 300 games. So Taboma and White Noise, if you can come in the middle. Where's Taboma? Smoking? So we got shirts made that said I ref number 300. All right, and then as voted by the teams, our MVP ref for the tournament is Moves Like Swagger. And MVP NSO, this is like a tradition, but Alien Sheen, wherever she is. You guys can go at the merch table and pick up a shirt of your choice. All right, so MVP blocker for the tournament. I don't know. That's from above from the Brawlers. Pick a shirt for her at the. At MVP Jammer, we have a tie. It's pretty appropriate because it's from the team last week. So Hits and Giggles and Nutritional Beast. And I'll pass it off to Mel or Troublegum to hand off the team awards. So start with number 3.
The winner of the number 3 Super Cool Award is the Dockyard Brawlers. And number 2, the Northwood Knockout. And number 1, the Fire Dome number 1 skate to the Killah Beez.
got to get out of the way for the picture, I guess. If all the teams, 1, 2, 3, want to get all together after, we'll do a picture, all 3 teams together. And I want to say a big thank you to all our officials that worked really hard this weekend. We were nonstop pretty much.
Great job, everyone. Thank you for coming. And I hope to see you all next